All right, so hello again. We're going to be continuing our Patapon today. Let me check which needle I've got. Yep, I do need to change that. I noticed there was a light spot and some bumps over here. I did notice there's a light spot right here. I think, yeah, you can see it on camera. So I'm going to fix that before I get started on any other thing. I recently checked my needle felting portfolio in ArtStation and reordered it. I decided to get a digital picture frame. So I've been very curious about those. And while I was looking through pictures, I found roughly some other pictures of my needle felts. And with those pictures of my needle felts, I was able to determine a rough order, since I didn't take a picture of every needle felt after I had finished them or during the working of them, but I had a rough idea um, of what order to put them in. Because my goal is to upload everything in chronological order, but yeah, it's a little hard to do without any records. Luckily, everything is pretty much in order nowadays, since I tend to be kept up with my needle felts. But the older stuff, I had done my little turntable pictures of the older stuff in like sets of them instead of actually doing it as I went along needle felting. So I have like 10, 11 needle felts in the first batch that I had to find an order for. So while the order is not perfect, because they're all grouped together like that, I just had to guess, unfortunately. Yeah, that's the progress on my portfolios for ArtStation. ArtStation will be ahead of Instagram because I'll be uploading, or I am uploading about 3 a day, while Instagram is 1 a day. And today was, I believe, day 5 since I started. Aside from that, let's see, another light spot over here. Aside from the first batch, the later batches are easier to suss out because I did them in smaller batches, like 3 at a time. It's a little bit easier to remember which 3 that I did, in what order. I'm not sure how to get this wire to actually stay out, because if any of you haven't seen from the previous stream, this happens. They get little short legs. They get long legs. You could call that a feature, but I'm not sure how to prevent that from happening. So they all, to some degree, have that little feature. I think it's a fun little feature, but not ideal. Not the most ideal thing in the world. Some dust on there. Just a little bit of dust. I did leave it sitting out for a little bit. I didn't work on it yesterday. Yesterday I was working on getting the cameras set up, so I didn't stream yesterday. I streamed the day before. That was when I streamed. All right, that's one base done. Now I'll get the other base colors. Pull this apart and make it smooth. I was saying before, I really want to just, what I want to do is I want to take all this, spread it out, and then just wrap it, but then that's going to make it all uneven, which I don't want. There's a reason why I'm doing it the slower way, though I don't necessarily want to do the slower way. I like doing it fast. But it's okay. Gotta take your time sometimes. I keep using my third finger, my middle finger, instead of my forefinger, my pointer finger, because I don't know, it's just easier that way. It comes to me more naturally. But if I don't protect the forefinger, then I will poke it. And if I protect this one, but not this one, I'll poke it. If I protect this one, but not this one, I will poke it as well. So I really just be a little clumsy and in need of a third finger protector. It's too bad they only come with two. Sort of hard to get around this base. I think if I just needle felt the main part, I'll be fine. I don't need to keep going around. See, if I needle felt these edges right here, I'll have to do them again eventually when I cover it over with more felt. So I just need to do whatever is focused on it right now. I was saying this last time as well. I have a bag of wool that I haven't touched yet. This comes from the small bags, like from a whole set of colors. This I had to buy on its own. And this is puffy, this is flat. I put the puffy in here, it's suddenly 2 times the thickness, which takes up a lot of space when a lot of my wool is kind of overflowing in my box right now. I can show. See this? This one my dog got into and then tore up a little bit, so all of it got fluffed up. This is how they start, being all flat like this. But some of them come in things like this. Some of them come in things like this as a ball. And then the bottom 2/5 of the box are all those like little plastic bags of wool. I don't know why I explained all that. There really was no need for me to do that. It's not entertaining, however, it is my life. My life, my entire life is actually the wool that's in the box. I don't know if you knew. Getting some good progress here. The bottom's the worst part. Once the bottom's done, you don't have to worry about it anymore. It's like there's a thin spot over there. Take a little bit, put it on top. When applying color, I prefer to actually use the needle sideways as opposed to using it straight on, perpendicular, because using it straight on, you have a chance to go a little too deep, and if you go a little too deep, then you have a chance to create little divots in your needle felt. The base layer, for me anyways, usually already has a few divots or a few soft spots here and there, and then it gets more solid on the surface when I apply the color. If you apply the color too hard, you're going to get a divot. If you get a divot, you got to fix it. Luckily, fixing it's usually not too big a deal, unless you have like a lot of colors. And pull up my stream manager just to make sure. This is going to be my first stream that I actually save, because previously I had not done that. I didn't have the setting turned on to save your streams. I quite like having streams stick around rather than being temporary, because if they're temporary, it kind of feels like you did nothing. But, everything's fleeting. So there's some people find beauty in that. I have a little bit of an upset stomach right now. Not too bad, just a little bit of cramping. There, I just barely poked my third finger. We don't want that. We don't want a good old poke. Sometimes I find the wool very hard to pull, so I just use some scissors to cut it. That's why I have a pair of scissors right here. But if you do cut it, you often end up with a bunch of, it'll be like a blunt end of fibers. If you take that blunt end, you're gonna create a little hill when you try to needle felt it. Not only could you create a hill, you could also end up with a lot of fiber sticking out. Just gotta take it nice and patient. Sometimes I get real focused on the needle felt, even though there's really no need to be focusing all that much. It's not like it's going to run away. It's not a quick time event either. I tend to focus the most. Hush, puppy. What is it? Shh. Here, puppy. Oh. Yes. I tend to focus the most when I'm positioning something. So I always feel like I have to get it just right. Sounds like someone's home. And that's why Hazel was barking. Hope my head's not in the way. Oh. Needle came loose. Gotta twist that back up. It's only been about 26 minutes since I started stream, and I think I've made some pretty good progress since then. Oh, I forgot. Let's change this. Now you guys can see the way I'm seeing. Kind of. My head's not all the way up in the air like the camera is. I am sitting straight and I'm pretty tall in comparison to the table. So it's virtually the same. Just virtually. I gotta tell you though, when I finish my ArtStation, uploading to my ArtStation, I am going to share that everywhere. So proud of all the things I've done. I can't believe I've made so many needle felts. And like half of them are sold as well, which is pretty good. You probably can't see if I'm needle felting right on top of my pants. They're pretty dark. And so is this wool. I think I'm gonna keep this stream pretty short. Can you hear Hazel? She's periodically barking. It's what she does. Hopefully it's not too disturbing. Hush, puppy. She doesn't really listen when it comes to barking. You get her to stop with treats, but that only lasts for until the treat is eaten. So I have not found a method for the barking. Oh yeah, I also on the screen decreased the area of our reference image just a little bit. So it takes up less screen space. Before I had it taking like a fifth of the screen space, which isn't ideal, but I wasn't thinking at the time. So I put it in midstream. Making sure to needle felt as evenly and shallowly as possible. Not super shallow though. I need the black to actually bind to the base, not to float and only bind to itself. I usually listen to YouTube videos while I needle felt. I also usually needle felt on the couch. I'm a couch potato. I do my drawing on the couch too. I have a long cable attached to this monitor right here. And I take it all the way to the couch. Because this is a one room setup. I have the TV right next to me. And the couch in front of the TV. So that's behind me. You gotta be gentle when dealing with wire. I'm currently using aluminum wire. I have a bunch of different gauges of it. I couldn't tell you which one I'm using right now, which gauge of wire. It's on the thicker side though. The thing about aluminum is it's really soft. So regardless of what I do with it, I need to be gentle. So I don't want it bending. I think this one already did bend a little bit. I'll have to bend it back in place when I'm done. See? Let's see. Kind of hard to see from your view, but the wire is slightly askew within the circle. Just hit the wire. Don't want that, but I can't help it. I don't know where the wire is. I'm thinking about putting some super glue on the wire to connect with the wool to stop the phenomena I described earlier where the legs go shorter and longer. I don't know though. I don't know. I could try to create some fibers right about here where the wire ends, though I'm not completely sure where exactly the wire is. So I could just be poking anywhere. And the idea is to get a bunch of fibers across that stop this wire from going up and down. But doing so would probably put like a lot of holes in this, which I don't want. Wow. Needle felting at the desk really is a test of good posture. I have a pretty good ball going here. Just need to smooth it out and check for some light spots and take care of those light spots. Right now I'm shaping the circle. The spear. That's why I'm poking directly at it. So I'm trying to get that silhouette as I turn it around to be spherical. It's a little lumpy because I've added wool to it, of course. I think this could be done. Yep, that's one ball done. On to the next one. It's almost never ending. That's why I usually don't make repeats. Because I find it a little tedious to do repeating things in comparison to simply ever changing. I wonder if this one will use up the rest of the black wool that's on the side here. Then I can get started on the new black wool. Once I'm started on the new black wool, the storage will be flat because it hasn't been fluffed out yet. And I like that. On-screen celebration? Huh. I wonder what that is. Woohoo! Yippee! I didn't hear the notification. I have my audio. I turned alerts on so that, oops. I turned the alerts on so they should appear like when someone follows or something. They should now appear in the middle of the screen, right where I have it. Yep, in the middle of the screen. Well, not quite the middle, the bottom. That's where they should appear. And I tested it. It does make noise when it does alerts. But I guess redeeming stuff in chat doesn't really make an alert. Or maybe I have to find it. I don't want to really use a third-party software. I want to stick to Twitch and OBS. Any more software and I'm going to explode. Got everything decked out for Twitch and OBS already. Well, looks like I have 2 viewers right now. Hello, hello. I'm currently needle felting. I thought I was going to be by myself the whole time, actually. And that this was just going to be a highlight on my account for someone to check out later. I'm still talking, though. I'm still talking. I'll talk even by myself. I wonder if that's going to leak into like real life. Because I'm not sure what 07 means. But I wonder if talking to myself in stream is going to leak into real life and I'll just start talking to myself while I do stuff. That'd be interesting. I'd probably have a really tired voice, I imagine. Got a little white spot over here. Just over here. You close that up a little bit. Yep. Kind of confusing to have something that's both hello and goodbye. Huh. You said 07 last stream as a goodbye. So I definitely picked up on that. But I thought you were gonna leave again. Like so soon. See? I think I'm almost done felting the wool on the bottom of this. Should be pretty secure now. Again, little bit of some white showing through. Okay, it's good now. Hey fellow Rin, do you like the new camera setup? I have an arm now as opposed to it sitting on my tablet holder. My monitor is a tablet, by the way. It's the Wacom Move Ink, actually. Oh, good to hear it's much better. I hope the camera I'm getting in the mail today can improve what I've got going on. But if not, what I have going on is pretty good, I'd say. I have a Wacom Move Ink, but I haven't been drawing all that much lately. I did have a period where I did many Pokemon drawings. You can see on my ArtStation link, if you were to click that on my Twitch. I did a ton of Pokemon drawings, but I haven't been drawing lately. I've just been needle felting and needle felting. And you'd think I'd be tired of it by now, because I generally get tired of things within 2 weeks, 3 weeks. But it's been maybe like 2 months or maybe 1 month, and I have a bad sense of time. It's the ADHD in me, the time blindness, they say. Oh, that reminds what I just said reminds me of a scene from this cartoon that I saw circulating on social media a little bit, where this dire wolf goes, "That skin we smell is kin we smell," which was really hardcore. It makes me want to watch it. I think I searched it up. It's like 8 episodes. I definitely want to check it out just because of that scene. It has a unique art style. Let's see, I'm 50 minutes into the stream and I've done one whole ball, iterations on the first ball, and I'm almost halfway through this ball. So I think I'm making pretty good time. Don't want to spend forever on something as simple as some balls. But maybe that's why I'm spending forever on it, because they're balls and it's easy to see when a ball is not perfect. I just got a bunch of notifications, but I don't know from what. Let me check. Oh, they're just app notifications. Twitch is just now telling me that I can manage from my dashboard. Manage my dashboard or something. I don't get much notifications, so I tend to check my notifications a lot. Because when I do get a notification, it tends to be something interesting. Yeah, I think I actually will be able to get through all this black wool and get started on the new one. What the? Oh, it looked like a glitch. The glitch text, but it's actually the word hype. Yeah, I did see that emote among my emotes. I didn't put it there though. I don't know how to add my own emotes. I do have all my emotes that I made for Discord many years ago. So I could put all those onto Twitch, though I'm not sure how. I should probably search that up. So I'm pretty sure you can have custom emotes on Twitch. And yeah, all I have right now is something that they already put in. Oh, another thing from last stream, I actually had a bunch of custom mugs made for my cousins and their partners. And they all turned out exactly as I was expecting, which means I can move on to the next step, which is creating needle felts, small needle felt characters to put in each mug. And that's going to be their Christmas gifts. Which I know is pretty early to be thinking about Christmas, but honestly, time passes just so fast. And I prefer to have things all dealt with. So I end up getting Christmas gifts dealt with pretty early. I did have a few years at the start though, when we started doing Christmas gifts, where I'd just be late because I would order everything on the month. Oh, looks like my needle is loose again. Maybe not. I tightened it anyways. Let's see. So the cups, the mugs, I have a lot to make. For one of them, I'm going to make a Gengar, just a small little Gengar. But if I decide that's too much, I can move to Cleffa since it's a Gengar and Clef. Whoa! Thank you for subscribing. The sound scared me. What was I saying? Oh yeah, the mug is a Cleffa and Gengar mug, so I can make either one. Let's see, another mug is my cousin's dog. So I don't know if I'm going to make my cousin one of the Pokemon they like, or if I'm going to make their dog. I think I may challenge myself to make their dog since I currently have like a lot of brown wool. Um, let's see. Another one is ducks. That's right. Another one was a white duck, which was pretty cute. And I have experience making some ducks and swans. So I can do that. Another one is Ice Kirby. That one's definitely going to be a challenge, I'd imagine. Doing all the ice. And especially like around the ice, I'm pretty sure there's a crown. So that I'm gonna see how hard that is when the time comes. I don't have any gold wire anymore because I had actually sold all my wire at one point. Oof. My upset stomach is coming to get me. I might have to take a quick break. I'll be back real quick. Just gonna mute my mic. I am back. I did say it was going to be quick. I tend to have very quick bowel movements, even if they're upset. Um, Aside from that, the reason that I'm having upset stomach is because I got my gallbladder removed. So I'm like set up to have an upset stomach for the next few months. Luckily, I'm not getting it every time I eat, but it does happen like about every other day. Not too bad though. Oh, I'm out of black wool. This time, it's time to pull out the flat wool. I gotta find where it starts. And try to do that without puffing it up. At the bottom. I see some frayed ends. I found it. I found the start of the wool. This one smells like sheep, but not as strong as my current core wool does. See if this one's easy to tear. Just a little bit. Yep, I can tear it. I don't need scissors. Some people complain about the smell of sheep in their wool, but I think I kind of like it because then you know that it really did come from a sheep, you know? I actually have an aunt that has a ranch and also knows other people who have ranches. They offered me some alpaca fleece, which is softer than sheep wool, and I'm kind of interested in trying it. But if I do, I'll have to learn how to process wool, how to clean it and everything. To do that, I might have to get more tools, which would be a little much for my small box of wool. So that box is getting very full. It's already 1.5 times full. See, there's a little bit of natural fiber in here. Pick that out. Pick it out and put it on the carpet. I don't always put it on the carpet. I usually have a little trash can. But there's one thing you don't want on the carpet. It would be wool. Because the wool will stick when you vacuum. The natural fibers won't. By natural fibers, I mean like grass and stuff. Grass isn't going to stick to your carpet. but wool definitely will. And it will get tangled up in the carpet when you try to vacuum over it. Wool and stuffing, like polyfill. Hmm. The wool that's in this bag is actually like a little bit less soft in comparison to what I was using a second ago. Or it doesn't sound like, it makes a louder sound with the needle. I don't know. I don't have the money to be testing all sorts of different wools on Amazon with the different brands and everything. I just go with what I have a good feeling about. I need to get better looking at chat. I just got another bot message. Luckily, I have it blocked. I have the website blocked, so it didn't post to chat. I had to press deny on it. But it was there, I promise. That means I'm climbing up the ladder. It means I'm already at the top of the ladder. The ladder is to the ground and I'm standing on top of it. Oh, poke my third finger again. This time it wasn't a little touch, but it wasn't a deep poke, luckily. Last time I poked myself, it went in and out because I poked it at an angle. So it was like this, and it was bleeding out 2 holes. Okay, this circle, sphere. I'm good at geometry, I promise. Actually, I'm very bad at geometry, don't take my word. This sphere is basically done. Just needs a few little fixer-uppers areas, and then I need to shape it. Yep, I see one light area there. Can you see it? I think you can see it, yeah. I see it on OBS. All right. Getting it covered up. Covering it up. The last thing you would want from your Burger King is to cover the burger up. Yes, you want to eat your burger. Okay, looking for any others. Ah, there's one right there. Towards the bottom. That wool pull that I just did went really easy. It pulled so easily. I didn't expect that. Getting a stretch in. Very nice. Now there's air in my lungs. I can feel it. All right, checking. There's a piece of fiber attached to my hand. Checking. I see two spots. One towards the bottom, another towards the middle. Right here. Right, there's the middle one. Cover that one up. And I won't be done with the black wool yet because I need to make the pupil. Yes. I'm going to do the white sclera and then I'll do the pupil. Or not pupil. What do you call the whole eye minus the sclera? I don't quite remember. Anyways, I am working on the last little patch. And after this, I'll work on getting this spear less lumpy. Right now, it's small at the bottom and big at the top, just a little bit. have a drink. This bottle always drips. That's why I've got a napkin beside me. Luckily, it didn't drip on my clothes this time. My Umbreon chocolate flavored chapstick over here. See that? Yep, that's what I got. It's almost done though. I'll have to switch back to Vaseline. Uh, the lip therapy Vaseline. They have a stick version. That's what I have. I don't like sticking my fingers in Vaseline. And all the lumps, and all the lumps off the bottom. I'm rotating it because you can't really see the lumps straight on. You have to see the silhouette. Slowly working it through. Slowly but surely. There's a good lump right there. I'm excited for the digital picture frame to come. I picked out all the images already. I see a light spot. This light spot you can only see when you're looking at it straight on. Sneaky. Most of the pictures I picked out are pictures of my dog. I don't have much pictures of myself though. I think there's only one good picture of me that I picked out. I plan on putting the picture frame in landscape mode. While there are more pictures of me in portrait mode, landscape's the one I want to do. And it's not going to display very well since I'm keeping the picture frame in landscape. I hope it's everything I want it to be. I just need it to be a slideshow and not freeze up like I've seen the other ones do. And then freely add images to it. I did read something about the one that I'm getting, having a subscription service for the app, which I don't really like, but it seems they say that you can only input 10 pictures at a time. I don't know if that means you can only input 10 pictures at a time, or if they're saying that you can only have 10 pictures at a time. So none of them reviews quite clarify on that. All right. Oop, it fell. But I am done with the bases. I now have 3 balls. Voila. 3 balls on bases. Now I need to put eyeballs on them. They need sclera. I don't think I can quite rip this one. I might have to use scissors, which is a problem, just a little bit, because this is a surface level felting thing. It's not so much a problem when you're doing it on the core. The only white wool I have is my core wool. My core wool is still wool roving and not actually carded wool or anything like that. It's pretty smooth and pretty white, so I've been using it as white wool. It's a natural white though, not a fluorescent white or anything like that. Okay, looking at my reference images. Let's look at the reference Patapon. Need to make an eyeball. The longer you go for wool, the better. Because you have very short, you could do it all thick like this and then cut it short like that. But if you did, you would have a lot of blunt ends. So you want to have like a long, thin piece and then make the sclera out of that. They have really large sclera, the Patapon do. I don't want to go too large though. At the end of the day, it might pop out a little bit. Or it might not. I'm hoping it doesn't. Let's see. Can I rip this? I cannot. I must use scissors. I tucked the, as you can see with the blunt ends, you just have a bunch. So what I did is I tucked it under. Tuck it under, then you don't have to spend a lot of time felting it. As long as it's all covered, it shouldn't pose much of a problem. This one I'm poking directly into it because I know it's going to pop out if I go too shy with it. So I'm poking directly into it to get it to quell itself. to do a lot of poking. A lot of poking. Get it all down. Get it back to the spear it once was. Now we're going to go around the edge and we're going to tuck in all this fluff. We're going to continue poking things down again. To the edge, tuck it in. Tuck in, tuck in. Tuck in some more. Just a little bit. I accidentally tucked it out a little. You saw me slow down there because I was focused on getting the legs to stay in place with the theory that I described earlier. And it looked like it worked. So I guess I have an opportunity to secure the legs again. Through the eye when I'm installing the sclera. Hazel hears some neighbors outside. She'll be barking for the next few minutes. Hush, puppy. It's the neighbors. Yeah, she don't listen. You would think seeing me calm means that she can be calm. That is not the case. Well, there's a Patapon eye. Now I need to make the sclera for the other two. But I think I'll hold off on that because I think I need a little break. First, I'm going to finish this off a little bit, then I'm going to take my break. It'll be a glorious break, I promise. I'll be so refreshed. All right. Here's my sclera. Looks like there's some flat spots around. Maybe I'll extend those areas just a little bit. Yep, all done. And the legs actually, no, they still go back and forth. Oh well. I'll see you next time. All right, time to get started. If you notice an antenna, that is not connected to me, I promise. It is um, my new camera. Because as you can see, this looks much more detailed now. So last we checked in, was working on the sclera of this little guy. Now we need to work on the sclera of these guys. I'm going to set this little guy to the side, this one to the side. This, use a little bit more cleaning at the top. As you can see, there are some hairs popping out, some wool fibers. I think I will iron these once I'm done with them before I put on their arms. Setting aside any fibers that I find that don't belong. All right, let's get a good look. All right. Let's go on this side. Rolling this up. Should probably scoot in a little bit actually. Compare it to the other one. Don't want them being too far apart. Yeah, definitely need to shrink this one down a little bit. Add a little bit more. All right. Let's cut that. Tuck it in, tuck the ends in so that we don't have to needle felt them so hard. Ends take forever. Excuse me, I had to sneeze. I didn't want to blast the mic, so I muted. I hope my head's not in the way. Let's see. It's in the way over here. See a black fiber on the sclera. Just get that out of the way. I see some natural fibers too. That out of the way. Securing down the sclera. I wonder if I'm pronouncing this right, sclera. Or if it's like sclera. Those fibers hidden. I'm securing the edges. Tucking in some. Now that the edges are secured, I just need to get this guy pretty much as flush to the spear as possible. Oh, that's right. I can go in real deep to secure the legs a little bit. The camera focuses on my hair. I see. I need to stay back then. It's a little difficult because the camera is kind of like really close to me. But we'll figure it out. I almost forgot to look at the chat. I was so focused on my needle felting. Or maybe I can do a thing where I just focus on needle felting and then focus on the chat and then focus on needle felting. I don't know. I sneeze again. Leaning forward comes so naturally to me. Because when I'm on the couch, I tend to lean forward the whole time. I don't lean back. I gotta train myself not to lean forward, to stay where I am, keep my back straight. Oh, I must be going too hard. Looks like the camera is shaking. I wonder if the previous camera setup was better, because it didn't shake like this. It looks like the autofocus stays intact though. I did not have autofocus on the other camera. Focusing on getting rid of the high peaks. Trying to aim a little bit. Just a little bit. I don't have the best aim, to be honest. Oh, my needle is loose. Tighten that up a little bit. Dropped my needle. You can definitely hear the needle drop. All right, that's 2 scleras done. This Patapon is a little bit smaller than this Patapon. And so is the sclera. So I think that's fine since the ratios match. Where should I put them? These two are about the same size, so I can use a sclera as a reference. All right, time to spin it up. Trying to keep it flat, not popping out while spinning. Maybe a bit bigger. Yeah, that's nice. Cut right here. I'm going to cut it straight across. So that's longer on the outside. So that the outside, as you can see, like right here, the blunt end is longer. So I'm going to be able to put it back in. I think I made that mistake a second ago, not making it longer like that, because I didn't think through. I did not think my cutting through. Time to secure it. I'm kind of hoping of finishing the Patapons today. I don't know if that means that I'm going to divide it across two streams today, like taking a break and then coming back in the evening, probably, or if I'm just going to do it all this stream. We'll see how I feel. The thing about streaming is if you stress yourself out, then you get stressed out. Who would have thought? So we just gotta keep things nice and chill here. If I'm working, it's because I like to work. And that's what I'm doing right now. I'm working. I'm excited to do the needle felts for the mugs. Though they are going to be small, which will be a little bit challenging. The small needle felts, you have to aim more carefully when you create them, which slows down the process just a little bit. Bigger needle felts, you can kind of just go a little bit haywire. I hope my hair's not on the camera again. I was leaning forward. Oops, I pulled some wool out. I poked the wire just a second ago. Gotta be careful poking the wire because you don't want to get the black finish removed from it. But if it does get removed, I imagine I could just put a little Sharpie on it. We'll see how that works, because I do have a little bit of black finish removed where I cut it, and I think one of them has on their foot a little black finish removed as well. I seem to have received a message. Just an old conversation. I say old, but I mean like this morning. It does not warrant a reply. So I'm all good. Just smoothing out this sclera. Got a lot of peaks actually. Maybe I should slow down and target those peaks for a moment. All right, looking pretty good. I think I need to tuck in this edge over here. It's nice that you can tuck things in with needle felt just ever so slightly. Going through it. Yep. Get this more flush. Try and slow down. I think it's almost flush now. Yeah. Right. Do some shallow pokes all around. Swift and shallow. This one's got more peaks than the previous ones. So maybe I should go carefully around that. Aim for the peaks. Aiming for the peaks. Yeah, looking a lot better now. A little glitch in my speech. Happens sometimes. You'll see that I'm actually focusing more on the outside of this sclera rather than the middle, because the middle is going to be covered by some black as I make the pupil. I'm going to do that right now. So here's the progress. All the scleras are in. Ta-da! It's like an 8-ball. Few 8-balls. Okay, time for the pupil. I think I'm gonna take like a round of this. I wonder if this is synthetic. It says 100% pure wool. Or maybe it's just the sheep. The sheep is a little different. Because it's has a lot of hairs coming out. This feels a little bit rougher. Yeah, the white is softer than the black wool that I have. I wonder what's up with that. I don't know. Another notification, but only through one of my devices, my tablet, which means it must be ArtStation. I did my post to Instagram and ArtStation before coming over here. Yeah, it looks like the pupils are big like this. Maybe a little bit smaller. Yeah. Okay, gotta make sure to cut it the same method I did before. Cutting straight. And when you tuck it in, Gotta be real careful with where I poke, so I don't want to accidentally secure some black wool on the white where it's like visible in a bad way. You try and keep this very clean. Same thing for the white. Keep it clean. Keep the borders clean. Okay. Tucking that end in best I can. Okay, I'm good to stab away. Now I should secure the borders a little bit. I kind of drag the needle along the edge to grab some wool and put the wool sideways as I tuck in. Oh, was my hair in the... Yeah, it was. Oops. I get better at that. Just scoot the pupil a little bit. Drag it a little bit. And poke away. Poke, poke, poke. Isn't there a movie called Pomporco? I think it was Studio Ghibli. Alright, try to get this pupil as flush as I can. It's not going to be perfect as it's literally a layer on top of a layer on top of a layer. It's going to be as close as I can get it to flush. That's pretty good. Get this corner a little bit. Oh, I'm just stabbing at the two same spots. You slow down, get that peak that I created. Looking pretty good. Pretty good, I'd say. This is one of the simpler needle felts I've done, for sure. But what's not simple about it is what comes afterwards. When I put the arms and the weapons, I plan on doing it with wire. And it's been a while since I worked with wire. Last time I worked with wire was making these bases, but before that it was definitely a while. All right, here we got a completed Patapon body, armless, weaponless. Set them right here. On to the next one. Okay, got this pupil rolled up. Now let's do some size comparisons to the reference image we have. And I think that's pretty close. So I'm going to go ahead and cut it. That's my nail. Almost cut my nail. All right, let's lay this down on the body and get stabbing. And we're going to flip this over because there's a lot of white wool. Oh, okay, maybe I have to pick out the white wool. There's some white fibers mixed in with this black over here. Get those out. Stick into my fingers. Take my PPA off so I have some nails to pick things out with. All right, that looks good. And now to tuck and apply. This pupil's looking a little big. Maybe I'll wrap it a little bit more tightly. Yep, that's better. Stab away. Stab until it's secure, but don't stab close to the borders yet. The borders we want to keep relatively loose until the end of the securing because just because. No. It's if you keep the borders loose, you have more room to scoot the whole piece around or to tuck or expand here and there. As you poke, there's chances that it's going to move. And in those cases, you want it to be a complete circle. So you'd have to go around perfecting it a little bit. Okay, it's been like 45 minutes. I'm going to do a little bit of a stretch. Okay. Make sure it's adjusted and back at it. I'm working on the borders of the pupil right now. That is what I'm doing. Slowly but surely. I don't want to go too fast or else I'll make a mistake. I had a hard time picking out what material wire to use. Honestly, stainless steel is the best, but it doesn't come in many gauges, and it only comes in silver. Whereas I'd prefer to have black if I had to pick only one color. Because little limbs are often black. That's what you do when you draw it with a pencil. You just draw it with one line. Don't even color it in. The problem with anodized steel, was it anodized? No, annealed. The problem with annealed steel is it rusts. It will eventually rust. Problem with aluminum, it's soft, easy to bend, which could be an advantage or could not be. Copper is stiffer than aluminum and comes in many colors, so does aluminum. But copper turns green. Aluminum turns, I believe, like gray and powdery and is not very noticeable, especially when working with wool. Copper also becomes green faster than aluminum becomes its oxidized form. And stainless steel is the stiffest one, so it would work better for an armature. I believe it works well for other things like polymer clay because it's stronger, holds its shape. I ended up picking aluminum, but in multiple gauges. As you can see, I'm about to pull it up. Many gauges of aluminum. This is the current gauge that I'm using for the Patapon, that's why it's out of the bag. But you need a really thick one here and a really thin one inside of it. That is the variety I've been granted by me, by the manufacturers actually, by the store. Gotta appreciate where it comes from. I swear, I've gotta add like some glue or something. Probably like add glue and then put some black wool to cover it a little bit, cover where the glue was. Because I don't know. I don't know if the glue is going to show. That's the thing, because I've never used um, super glue with needle felting before. This is the small one, so we're going to make the pupil a little smaller. Try and get the same ratio though. I think this is it. Stab away. Get it secured in spot before I start fixing it up. Okay. Really gotta stop leaning down, leaning forward. Just caught myself doing it again. Okay, in there. Fixing up this border. Border on this side needs to be thinned a bit. And then this one needs to be thinned as well. And then extended a little on the corner. The corner that all circles have, actually. Tighten my needle. It likes to come loose. So when doing 360 pictures of my needle felts, I forgot what I was gonna say. Doing 360 pictures of my needle felts. What about that? I do know that recently I was doing it with portrait mode, which is something that blurs the background. But if I want to have my needle felts eventually be scanned into like a 3D software or something, that is not the way to go. Also, another thing, turntables are not the way to go either, unless you have like a 3D scanner and not just pictures. So technically, every needle felt 360 I've done is invalid, especially with the portrait mode because you need background details. But yeah, because I was under the false pretense that portrait mode actually saves some 3D data in the pictures, because it just felt that way, and I, for some reason, started to think that because you can go back to your pictures and then adjust the blurriness of the background. But at the end of the day, they're just 2D images. I don't know why I thought the 2D image would have 3D data, but I did. So after a while of posting needle felts with blurred backgrounds, I'm going to start posting them with normal backgrounds. Background being my chair, actually. What was the other thing I was going to share? That's one thing I wanted to share, is that I was being a goofus. Well, anyways, needle felts in general are hard to get 3D models of unless you make it in Blender and then make the model in Blender and then apply needle felt filters to it or something. I've seen that on ArtStation, where they don't actually make a needle felt, they make a model. So that's one way, is to just make a model. Another way would be for technology to advance enough to see little fibers, which will probably be very expensive technology, or technology that can scan minute bumpy surfaces that have fibers coming out of it. I was kind of thinking of creating like a museum of all my art stuff, but that'd be a lot of effort. Not only would it be a lot of effort, it'd be kind of impossible at this point, as I don't actually have a lot of my art anymore. I've either sold it or trashed it at this point, or given it away. So, you know, some art is a gift for someone. Still, I don't remember what the original thing I wanted to say was. Thinking. Well, anyways, looks like the pupil for this is just about done. A little bit more here. All right, now we have 3 eyeballs. Ta-da! They're pretty consistent. I did pretty good there. That's nice. Now, for the challenging part is to work with wire yet again. So the needle felting section is done. At least for this one. And then after this needle felt is done, I will start another needle felt. Not today though. Not today. All right, let's get a good look at these arms. So it looks like the arms are lines, of course, with little hands. So I'm thinking I could do a little loop at the end of the wire to represent the hands. And that loop can hold the weapon that I'll eventually put in their hands. So I guess first I'll make the hands and then I'll make the weapons. And over here, we have a little poker. So we're going to take this poker and make a hole for their arm, like so. And then we're going to stick the wire all the way through. And the idea that I have is that this wire is just going to go straight through the whole thing. Because if I stick it only like a little bit, I imagine the wire can just pop right out, and we don't want that. So I'm going to stick it all the way through so that it has less a chance of popping out, if that makes sense. So I'm going to straighten this wire. That's the opposite of straightening wire. Okay. Now I have a really long straight wire. I'm going to poke straight through, as straight as I can get. So here, And their arms are like pretty low, yeah. Straight through. Oh, that's angled. Okay, poke straight through. That's angled. There we go. The hole kind of disappeared as soon as I took the thing out. Hmm, doesn't want to go through. Now, how am I going to do this? So at this point, it's a little late to build wool around arms that aren't inserted. Maybe I'll go behind. Oh, it just closes up. How am I supposed to do this? Do I have to use scissors? I don't want to. Maybe if I take this blunt end of the wire and then make it sharp, it would do something. Let's try that. And the wire's on the floor. Whoa. Okay. Okay, maybe a little sharper. And cut a third way. So it's cut 3 sides of the tube. Tape the end of the needle Hmm. It's so strange. It accepts the this tool going in, which is about the same thickness, if not exactly the same thickness. But it doesn't accept the wire going in. Actually, it doesn't accept the wire going in like at all. Oh, it's going. It's going, baby. I had to wiggle it around. That's what it was. Okay. Let's try and pop this out. Oh, it's like it's hit a wall. My needle felt it too good. Now it can't go all the way through. It's so dense. Wiggle it. Wiggle it. No! It came out. Man, I think I'm just gonna have to use scissors. I don't want to though. I don't really have fine scissors. Okay, maybe glue is the answer. Maybe I just get one side in and then glue it and then get the other side in and then glue it. Get some glue. You just can't penetrate. That's it. Okay, I think I should get a napkin so I don't get glue everywhere. You have the napkin that I was eating an orange off of. That's as far as it goes. Next, how long are the arms? Close with super glue. I think the arms are like this long. So I'll cut right here. Okay, that is one arm done. One arm that needs a little bit of black wool. Because it was messed around with a lot. That's not a needle. That's the needle. Leaning again. Alright, that looks better. Just fix this edge up a little bit so it looks less like an edge. So what I'm getting here is that I need to, okay, looks like the super glue is already dried. What I'm getting here is that I need to sharpen the wire 3 ways before inserting. By inserting, I wiggle it. Oh, hello. I was so focused on the wire, getting the wire through, I didn't even see you there. Okay. Put my debris in the debris pile. Let's start this again. First, I'm gonna try and get it where it needs to be. So make that leading hole. What? This one went all the way through. The other one didn't. Ugh. I already glued the other one though. I guess I'll just keep it separate then. Maybe my wire wasn't sharp enough. Oh well. Okay. Got our hole there. Now put in the glue. Come on. Now it doesn't want to go through. Right when I put the glue on. Well, it feels stuck at least. I actually forgot about the helmets. I was focused on making the body. Okay, so my plan for next time, for the next one, is to make the needle, the wire, super sharp. And see if I can't get it to, see if I can't get it to stick all the way through like I wanted it to. All right. All right. This looks pretty sharp. Feels pretty sharp. Let's see if we can get this in. Yeah! Except not quite in the right spot. Yeah. Actually, no, that looks right. No glue needed. So the answer was to just make the wires sharp and then create a leading hole with the original pin. Let's cut off that sharp end. And the wire drops on the floor again. Let's see what happens. No, I think if I'm going to glue the legs to stop them from becoming short, I think I'll do it at the very end. Since I have to needle felt the helmets, I'm thinking I'll probably do that later. And I'll probably finish the stream with getting the arms in. Getting the last arm in, and then I'm going to call it. Maybe I'll see you guys later tonight. Stick it in. It's not sharp enough. I think I didn't do a good job this time. There we go. Went in like a charm. Came out like a charm too. And some white wool came out. Some white wool came out with the arm. Okay, sharp end is cut off. And we have arms. All right. With that, that concludes arms on the Patapon. All right, I'm going to take a little break and I'll probably see you guys back tonight. Bye bye. All right, so I have had plenty of rest. Well, I was doing some other chores while resting, but I have had plenty of rest, so I'm going to continue. What we're going to continue doing is the helmets that I forgot about. So we're going to get those rolling. Don't worry about the long arms. I'll clip them after I get them sized up. They're easy to work with when they're just a little bit longer than what they're supposed to be. I should move some. Oh no. Okay. Let's move these two over here. A little bit of white hanging around. So let's see. I searched up a plush of what it looks like. And contrary to my original belief, it's not a headband that they're wearing. It is indeed a helmet. So they have their little feathers right above it. Wonder if this is good enough. Seems rather flat. So I might just... Not sure if that looks alright. Their headband is rather small. I may just continue it a little bit, add a second layer of swirl. And then let's rip this out. If I can. I cannot. Alright, so we have a little disc. Because we're not doing the base and we're just going straight for this, I actually have my needle as the middle gauge needle rather than the lowest gauge needle. Make a little cheese wheel here. Try not to poke myself. I am poking myself currently, actually. But luckily, I'm wearing PPE. I don't know if Patapon music is copyrighted. Only takes 3 strikes to get an account taken down. I'm getting a lot of white fibers on this helmet. I should probably clean my mat. Just using a lot of friction to rub everything out. And once that's done, it's been a while since I've done this. I'm going to take a couple of 36 gauge needles. Get one from the pack. Felting the pad can help keep whatever is up there down. If you can't get all the fibers out from it, they've been felted in. Now I'm felting them in further. So hopefully they don't bother the needle felts that I'm making. Alternatively, I could just flip this thing over. This whole thing. I was tempted to use my left hand because my right arm is getting tired. Takes a little bit of force to felt a mat, especially a bit of force when you're using more needles. But I'd say that's done. Let me get rid of that bump there. I'd say that's done. Let's go back to our 38 gauge needle. Right back. Just one needle. Don't need anything else. Let's return to our helmet. Much softer. Much easier to felt. And a mat. So my goal with this one, since I didn't use much much wool, is just get it to shape and get it cleaned up. I don't need to make it the densest thing in the world. It's just a little detail. Often with needle felts, you don't actually have to make it all that dense. You can. It'll take forever. You don't have to. And flip this helmet over the other side. Getting this helmet into place. It's almost there. Just need to clean up the edges a little. Be picky choosy with where I stab the needle, because I want to get rid of any lumps. Get rid of the lumps. Hello, stranger. Yes, I'm needle felting. How are you doing? Oh, you made a fox? Foxes are really pretty. I haven't made a fox myself, but I did pick up a beginner's kit for a loom and recently made a fox right here. This little guy. It's like a really small loom. Yeah, I haven't poked myself today. Feeling pretty lucky. I have poked my PPE though. but luckily that hasn't hurt me because it protected me. Yeah, he is really small. Good to hear you're doing great. I'm doing pretty good myself. I recently got like a digital picture frame, and I took all the pictures I had on the wall off in favor of the digital picture frame to give it a clean look, and then I put all the pictures into a album. Wow, your skin is hardened? That's tough, man. Um Eyeball creature. These are patapons. Um they're like a rhythm game or something. I'm doing these as a commission for a friend, actually. So right now I'm just making the helmet that they wear. So it'll be like this cheese wheel, and then in the center of the cheese wheel will be the 3 feathers. I can show you another needle felt I did if you're interested. I did a hamster recently as a commission for the same friend's sister. Their hamster recently passed away, but oh, all right, I'll go get it. Here we go. Let's see if I can get the camera to focus. Yep, it's focusing just fine. Here's the hamster. You got their pattern on there, the pattern of the past hamster. And I gave them a cartoonish look because I like to do things cartoonish rather than realistic. Oh, thank you. He is just baby. I wanted to be able to hold them in your hands, so it would be like really precious experience just holding them. This is also like my first time making the eyes pop out of their head. I don't know if you can see. You can definitely feel it. As for size, I'll get a ruler. Here is how long they are. So 5 inches tall and about 3 1/4 wide. And as for this length, starting at the nose would be like 3 1/2. Then down here would be around between 2 3/4 and 3. Thanks for the compliment. I actually have some of my needle felts in a store at a local mall. If you go to Springfield Mall in Virginia and then go to a store called SEO, I have a section under the name Rintoki because Rintoki was taken on Twitch, so I'm Rintokin. But under the name Rintoki, I have like some stickers and I have some needle felts and I have a couple of wire things. And Right now I'm in the process of slowly uploading all of my needle felts to ArtStation and Instagram. Because previously I wasn't doing any of that. But once I am done, you'll be able to see them. I have my ArtStation and Instagram linked to my Twitch. If you go to like the About page, I think, or was it the home page, my home page, and scroll down, you'll be able to see it. But yeah, that's you over time. I think I have about 5 more days. Oh, thanks for subscribing. I have about 5 more days left of uploading to ArtStation, which I'm doing 3 posts a day for ArtStation, and then for Instagram it's 1 post a day, since I think 1 post a day does better than 3 posts a day. But yeah, that's what I'm up to, is I'm posting to social media and I'm streaming on Twitch whenever I do my needle felting, because I feel like I might as well. If I'm already doing it. I could simply talk to myself most of the time and uh, needle felt what I'm doing already. Yep, seeing if anyone pops in. You're the first person that has chatted with me that isn't someone I already know, actually. So that's pretty cool. Well, thank you. Yep. I mean, today's like my 3rd day streaming, so it's to be expected that it'd be rather lonely. I think this is around a good size for the feather on the head. Nope, still not strong enough to rip this. Yeah, easing into Twitch has been pretty smooth. Um, I, aside from the fact, so I actually am a couch potato. I do all my drawing and all my needle felting on the couch. So now I'm on a desk, which is a little bit different. Yay, we can work together. That's pretty nice. What are you currently working on? Yeah, body doubling. A watercolor scenery. I did like a decent amount of watercolor in high school. I remember that's such a nice medium to work with. Sceneries are really nice too. Though I didn't do much sceneries because I've always been a little bit bad at backgrounds. I've always been more of a character drawing person. Hmm. My partner said to make you draw my backgrounds. That is an idea. We could work together on something. But right now I'm needle felting. There aren't really any backgrounds to do. I'm on a needle felting kick. I haven't seen your work, but I bet it's probably pretty nice since you focus on sceneries. Sceneries are really nice. I have a few pictures of some scenes on my digital picture frame. I put some on there. I usually work in phases when it comes to my hobbies. Like I'll spend like 2 weeks doing something and then 2 weeks doing another thing. Um, but I've recently come back to needle felting for like a couple of months. Um, but I started in 2024, and I know this because I was recently looking through a bunch of pictures, and I found where I started. How long have you been doing your sceneries or watercolors? Ooh, when you're 9, that's been like 8 years. Wow, that is a long time. And you say you're not a professional. You've been at it for so long.
Only been a professional for a year. I guess okay.
17. You're quite young. You're about, wait, what year is it? It's 2026. So you're 10 years younger than me. How do I decide the sizes of my needle felts? Um, I like to go on the larger size. So I actually go by how deep the needle goes. Like if the needle's not reaching the center, it's probably a little bit too big. Um, but I usually go by the size of the needle is how I measure things a little bit. Um, though I am going to make some things that can fit into a mug, so those are going to be a little bit smaller. But for the most part, I just feel out my sizes. Um, I don't really dwell on it too much because, I mean, it's a physical object. You're going to be happy with it, no matter the size. The hamster is actually, I believe, a little bit bigger than a real hamster. I don't know this for sure because I've never actually held a hamster or anything in my life. But yeah, I think no matter the size, it would still make someone happy. Yeah, I think it's a little bit bigger than a real hamster too. Yeah, you mostly just feel out the sizes. And because it's an art form and not an engineering kind of thing, it usually doesn't matter what size you end up with on the end. In the end, Looks like this feather's a bit big. I'll clip it later. I'll clip it when I attach it. A large fox. That probably took forever. I know, like, little things are challenging because you have to aim more and then go a little bit slower. But big things are challenging because you gotta do a hell of a lot of poking. When you did your fox, did you like put fur on it? Because I know fur takes forever. As in, like, if you see here, you take like a tuft and then poke it in, and then it like creates. Oh, you did do fur? Yeah, that does take forever. I've only done fur a handful of times. Like for the hamster, I did do like a little bit of fur for the ears and for the paws, the front paws. So there's like a little bit of tufts there. But a full body fur, I've only done, I think, twice. Oh, your cousin helped you? I helped my cousin learn about how to needle felt. Um, I think last year or the year before. It was really fun. Does your cousin needle felt more than you do? Like, is that their thing, or do they only do it sometimes? Thank you. I'm quite proud of the wire art that's on the Instagram, though no one's bought my wire art at SEO, the store at the mall. But it's sitting there. It's sitting there for sure. You don't have to dox yourself. Don't feel any pressure to give me any details if you're not comfortable with it. We're just making conversation. If you go to my if you go to my art station, you'll see half the works that I've done so far. Well, more like 2/3, since I've done 21 and there's 14 more projects to upload. I'm glad you like the hamster, but you can't have them. You can't have them. They're taken. They'll be here for company until they are delivered. But since the Patapon and the hamster are going to the same household, they'll probably be delivered at the same time. Since I figure I'm going to finish these Patapon um, before I meet them again. You should make a hamster. I would show you the fancy rat I did, which was super cute. Um, Actually, I can show you. I can show you the pictures that I'll upload to Instagram later. I did make a small live. And I made a small live, and then I was like, I have a lot of green. So then I made a plush dinosaur. I chose to make that one less detailed because I wanted to be like a stylized plush like you'd see him in WoW, in World of Warcraft. All right, here's the fancy rat that I did. This one's not uploaded yet because it's a more recent one. But it's the first one I managed to sell to a friend. Look at their little peats. I love it. I love their little peats. Yeah. I was obsessed with cotton candy for like a week or and a half or so. So I made them cotton candy colored. And before I made that rat, I made this rat, this little guy, with the wool I had. I had to order some cotton candy colored wool. But before I ordered cotton candy colored wool, this was the closest I could get. So I made this little guy. And he's currently sitting with mini Pokemon cards and a fruit tart on my desk. He's got the jungle set Pokemon cards and a fruit tart. If you're interested in the cards that I printed, oh, I'm missing one. It's a Jolteon, Flareon, and Vaporeon and Pikachu. I love having the mini cards, they're so cute. Um, I bought some like postcard size thick paper and I printed it on the rear tray of my printer because that has better quality printing than the main tray, than if it goes through the main tray. Or actually, no, it's photo paper that's thick. And photo paper, when you do photo printing on it, on the printer, does better quality than if you do normal printing. And then I just sized it all real small and printed it and cut it out with scissors, with these scissors actually. These ones right next to me. I don't have the, what is it, like the giant paper cutter that people have. So I just use the scissors. I find it works just fine. Aside from the curved corners or edges being off by a little bit sometimes. Yep. While I was at it for printing the small cards, I actually went on this website to, I don't remember what it's called right now. I went on this website to look at a bunch of Pokemon cards, and then I went to my favorite artists that I like and printed a bunch of Pokemon cards at like real size. So aside from being blank on the back of them, the front looks just like a normal card. I cut out like 50 of those. So I have like a whole fake deck of fake Pokemon cards, which I find really neat. And then I sleeved them with the plastic sleeves so they feel legit. Yeah, I just do that because I like to appreciate the art. No, they're not small. They're real sized. So like exactly the same size as a normal Pokemon card. See, I can show you. Deck box is a little dusty. So I have one real Pokemon card on hand because I sold and gave away everything else. I have a print of it too. This is my favorite Pokemon card is a Totodile. I found the print of it is a little bit different in quality. It's more saturated, as you can see right here. So the real one is right here on my left hand, and the fake one is right here on my right hand. And I feel they both have a nice appeal to them. So I kept them both. But yeah, I got like a whole bunch of them. And I also have this card that I found at the bottom of a bus where the plastic part is completely separated from the cardboard or cardstock, whatever it is. So that's pretty neat. Apparently, it's a moderately valuable card if it were in good condition. I also found another card that was super valuable, but it was ripped in half. It was Dark Dragonite. Any Pokemon TCG players probably know that one. That one, I believe, is a very popular one, or at least was. That one goes for a lot, but it was ripped in half, like straight in half. I sometimes go to conventions as a buyer. I've never gone to conventions as a seller, but I am planning on eventually going to a convention as a seller at least once. I don't think it's very sustainable for me because my I can't drive, so I'd have to rely on my partner um, to help me with everything. And my partner doesn't exactly have the freest work schedule. But I do plan on doing at least one convention sometime um, as a seller. And I plan on selling like a bunch of Pokemon stuff. So right now I have like a bunch of wool balls that I plan on turning into Pokeballs. And I'll do that after my mug project. And then I have some wool for Mimikyu coming in, like a Mimikyu yellow wool. Because Mimikyu is like a really popular Pokemon. And if it's popular, it will probably sell. But if I'm going to convention, I need a lot of stock. It's not worth it if I only have a few things, you know? You don't have a flexible schedule either. Yeah, that's the bane of the convention going. Could I have someone help me? Um, I mean, I would accept help, for sure. Though I'm not sure about strangers being the one to help, because I've never had a proper job, so I don't know. I'm a little uncomfortable around um, other people that I don't know very well. Oh no, I wasn't saying I was uncomfortable around you or anything, but my niece. I'm far away from my family. I live with my parents, and I have a cousin who works, and they have partners who works. Um, but niece and nephews are one very young, and two uh, very far away. I don't believe I have any niece or nephews on my side. I think my partner does. Well, I know my partner does, but I don't have any myself. Yeah, we have some family in all the way to the west, some family all the way to the east, some family all the way north, and some family all the way south. We're kind of all split up, so whenever a holiday comes around, it's a little bit of a drive or airplane flight. A little bit of an ordeal to get to each other. Yeah, when you recommended having someone help me, I was thinking that you knew someone that could help me and were gonna recommend them or something. That was my thought based on the phrasing and situation. Your family's everywhere but in your country. Damn. My family is all in the same country, but the US is very big. US is super big. Yeah, ain't that the truth? Oh, you have some family in the US? Hmm. Right. So I have all the feathers for one hat, but I'm not going to put them on yet. I'm going to Baltimore. Baltimore is a familiar name, but I can't name where it is.
We're a few hours away.
Oh, are we? My partner says we're a few hours away. So I guess we're kind of close. It's just a few hours. Hmm. Right. So for the hat, I'm going to make all the hats first before I start attaching feathers, just in case I make like feathers that are different sizes. Then I can arrange the feathers so that they all make kind of sense. Right, I've got a cutout for the next helmet. How's your scenery coming along? What part are you on? I imagine the trees are the hardest part if you're doing trees. Hmm. Purple blue in a sunset. Let me look that up because I have very bad visual. Um, I'm like almost aphantasic, so I need to look at things to remember what they are. Hmm. So like the purple at the ends of the sunset where the clouds are, or oh, I see. The shadows of the clouds are purple and blue, while the where the sun's reflecting is all orange and yellow. I think doing acrylic paint could really make the color pop. So if you're doing like watercolor, switching to a harder, more opaque paint could make it could make some nice borders, nice hard edges. When you're needle felting, ideally you want to rip the wool apart rather than cutting with scissors. Because if you rip the wool apart, you have more length to work with. And if you're working with more length um, and less hard edges, that blunt edges that are created by the scissors, you can make things a lot smoother, either by making a gradient or by just having more to tuck in to make it more secure. Because when you have the blunt edges, they often stick out, which makes them like really hard to tuck back into the felt. So when I can, I try to rip it, but if I can't, then I try to tuck in the blunt edge so that it gets covered by something and isn't the thing that I'm actually felting on. Though I do find scissors more convenient. It is often hard to rip things apart, especially if it's a lot of wool. But if it's a little wool, it's usually easy. And most of the time, you want just a little wool, anyways. It looks like the hat I made is a little bit bigger than the last one, but that's okay. It doesn't have to be perfect because the bodies of these guys are also different from each other. They look close in size, but they are not. They are a little bit different. So having different hats, I can just mix and match them with each other. I do have one that's a little bit more smaller than the rest. But it looks like I should be fine because the ratio seems to fit. Big hat to big Patapon, small hat to small Patapon. So I guess I'll make another big hat. Hopefully not bigger than the one I already have, but smaller. Or same size. Let's see. Do I have what it takes? It looks like a little bit too much. I'll cut the wool here. Okay, felting the next hat. And I'm thinking I accidentally made it bigger. But that's still okay. I'll make it work. I will make it work. Just going around the edges of this cheese wheel. Oops, poked my pee-pee. Yes, The bigger, the greater. Hopefully, I'm not leaning forward too much this stream. I feel like I've been doing better than last stream. So I've been leaning forward, and then the focus goes to my hair. So hopefully, I haven't been doing that. Getting this shape in, getting rid of the peaks, making the texture smooth as I can. And it looks like I got the same size as a large hat, which is perfect. So that's exactly what I wanted. Now to make the feathers. Just muted to sneeze so I wouldn't blow out your mic. I mean, your headset or speakers or earbuds or your lip reading. We want to blow your eyes out. Wow, I've been at it for an hour already. These helmets are taking a while in comparison to the other parts. But I still think I'm making good progress. Mm. Headphones. Headphones on a low volume, but the thing is, if something is low volume, I actually like struggle to hear what people are saying. Like maybe it's just my auditory processing capabilities are bad. Um, that's almost certainly what it is, but I need the volume to be like high enough to where I can like hear. It's almost like they're enunciating when they're louder. That's why I like subtitles. I like that people do subtitles on social media. Hmm. Well, you might have to yank the volume up for my reels when I eventually post those in like a month or so, because the it was using my phone's mic, and apparently my phone mic is really quiet. So my voice when I was talking in the reels is like non-existent in the videos. So I'm definitely going to have to put subtitles on or something, some text on the video and caption. I'm not really sure how to make a reel where the volume is proper, but I'll probably have to figure it out sometime. My current mic also has pretty low gain, so I have the gain turned all the way up through OBS. So if I use this mic for my phone, it's not necessarily going to work. It's just going to be quiet again. Starting on a new feather. I'm slowly bringing the mat closer to me. And if I bring it closer, that means I'm just working at the bottom of the screen. doing some sideways poking because if I poke through it, it just makes more things that I need to poke. It'll bring wool all the way through it. And if I poke shallow, then I'm doing next to nothing. So I need to go sideways rather than perpendicular. Most of the time, anyways. Perpendicular when you want the end to be thinner and get smaller. All right, that's another feather done. That one turned out rather small. Hopefully they have a match by the time I'm done with it. When I made the fancy rat, actually, I had made two paws, but one of the paws was like visibly bigger than the other paw. So I made a third paw, and that paw was the deciding factor which paw it goes with. And it ended up going with the smaller one, I believe. So I ended up with a match, thankfully, and not a third size of paw. But that left me with like just a disembodied paw that I kept on my table for a few days. It was kind of funny. Fancy rat. I love that fancy rats are called fancy rats. That's such a lovely name. The fancy rat is the blue rat, by the way. I don't know if I already established them as a fancy rat. I received a notification a second ago. Let's see what that is. It is my ma. I'm going sideways on this feather. Oh, look at that. I've got to spam. Denied. You're not allowed in chat. You're promoting AI viewers. Streamboo.com is what they're doing. But I've already blocked that word from appearing. Currently tightening up the feather just a little bit at the bottom. Because right now it is too straight. I just have to keep poking. Keep on poking. That's another feather complete. That's 2/3 of the feathers. Now to make more feathers. Which end was I using? Oh, that's too fluffy. I think this one. This one is... No, it must be the other one. The other one's shorter. So that must be the one I was using. Stretch. You stretch every so often. Body gets stiff doing all the poking. We're on the seventh, yep, seventh feather. I'm trying to make this one small to match that small one, because currently that small one doesn't have any matches. I'm going to get a candy. Oops, dropped my needle. I got a couple of candies. I got a Reese's and a Rolo. And sit back and chill while I eat. A Rolo is a chocolate candy that's filled with caramel. It's really delicious. It's almost chewy. Well, they're probably pretty good in ice cream. I've never had them in ice cream though. I usually, if I'm going to a place like Cold Stone, where they mix stuff into your ice cream, I'll usually get like gummy bears. Because gummy bears become really chewy when they're cold. I also, the flavors I used to get, or actually still get, just I don't go to ice cream places as often as I used to. But I would usually get like Blue Moon and cotton candy. And the reason I get Blue Moon is because it looked like cotton candy. So that's why I always chose it when I was little. Because they didn't have cotton candy. But Blue Moon was pretty dang close. I don't know what flavor Blue Moon is though. So you can't ask me that. This feather's still a little lumpy. Work on it a little bit more. Excuse me. A little hiccup. You hate doing sketches? When I drew, back when I used to draw a lot, sketches were pretty much all I ever did. I rarely ever made anything finished. Out some white chocolate. I don't think any fell. Some wool on my fingers. What do you hate about doing sketches? Oh, you hate getting your hands covered? There are some ways around that. Like you can put a drawing glove on, or you could put a sticky note beneath your hand. I've done the sticky note thing before. When doing drawings on a tablet, um, I dislike when your hand, like the palm of your hand, um, counts as a touch and then it draws a mark on your canvas. Now I have to undo things or find out when and where that mark is from. But if I'm doing a legit drawing, I usually wear the drawing glove um, and use my Wacom tablet instead of my Lenovo tablet. Well, Lenovo tablet's only for sketches. Everything on paper. That's impressive. That is very impressive. I rarely ever work with physical media nowadays, aside from needle felting. But I mean, like in terms of 2D things, I pretty much exclusively do that digitally. Picked up some light wool off the mat. Luckily, it did not get entangled into my black wool um, feathers. Feather. Ah, poked my pee. Let's see, how many feathers do I have? 3, 6. Okay, need one more. Let's make this one a little bit of a long one. I think we need that right now. So I just made a short one. Last feather, and I'll be free. I am not one for doing repetitive or tedious things. Well, I am one for doing tedious things. I get myself in those situations a lot. But repetitive things are a little bit boring. Boring to do, not boring to look at. I do appreciate looking at repetitive things. Oh, you like repetition? I can see how it's calming. I just, my brain likes to change things up, even with food. Like if I'm eating one meal where the whole thing tastes the same, I'm gonna like lose my appetite. I need changes in texture and changes in flavor throughout the meal. Usually. Sometimes I'm just fine with it being plain, like plain instant ramen. Oh. Yeah, I have a cousin with a similar situation, um, where they're, I forget what it's called. ARFID. They've got like ARFID, which bluntly explained is just like, from outside, it looks like extreme pickiness. But inside, it's a lot more complicated. There's all sorts of things going on, different for each person. It's a ARFID's an eating disorder that resembles being very picky, but it's like you're picky to the point where it's disabling. So you usually don't have many foods that you like. It's kind of a new thing. Not not like it just came out kind of thing, but it's kind of a new diagnosis. There's probably been people with ARFID since the beginning of time. Hopefully, I explained that well enough to understand. All right, all the feathers are done. Now to get them onto their helmets, mix and match time. It's like I'm holding a bunch of black rain droplets. Or tadpoles. It's like I'm holding a bunch of tadpoles. Big ones. Thank you for appreciating my imagery. This feather needs tightened up a little bit. It must be one of the early feathers I did. Okay. I have the feathers matched up to their respective helmets. Now, before I put the feathers on, I should probably iron them since they are a little bit fluffy. Oh, congratulations on finishing your sketch. Or your rough one, at least. I think I probably won't be able to finish the Patapon today, but I can finish their hats. And tomorrow I'll work on the wire weapons and working on finalizing their arms. Or maybe not tomorrow, maybe next time I stream, if not tomorrow. I find that when I stream and uh, like my back starts hurting because I'm not used to sitting up straight. So, like, eventually I'm going to get tired and be like, ah, my back. And the stretching isn't going to work to fix it, and it just needs to decompress. You text my ma. Yes, fellow old lady. Oh, that's right. I was going to iron them. I was just about to skip ironing and go straight to um, attaching. Oh, wait. I need to change out my iron. So I'm working with a soldering iron. I got 3D printing tips for the soldering iron. Yes, you're 17, old woman. Old woman at 17. 17-year-old senior. – 7D at heart. I like to do soldering projects sometimes. I noticed. Oh, I forgot to mute my mic. Sorry about that. It's not very old lady of me. Thank you. I am blessed. I have been blessed. My soldering iron needs to cool down because it was set to 500. Now it needs to go to 200 Fahrenheit. Hmm. All right. It is at 200, so hopefully it's not going to burn anything. Hopefully I don't put my finger exactly right next to it. That's the first thing I did. That's hill areas. Nice. Hilarious. Okay, it's looking like ironing was the correct call. If you want to see the difference, I'm going to hold it up in a second. Peek. Your sketches peak. All right. Tell me when you're back, and I'll hold up the ironed one and the not ironed one so you can see the difference. The difference isn't too big, but it's big enough to want to do it. Some people use like an actual flame instead of an iron just to burn the floating wool. I am not one to do that though. I would prefer the safe option, one that's less likely to have mistakes of any sort. Another hiccup. Right. 3 ironed, 6 more to go. Ah, lean back a little for my back. All right, time to show you. Let's see if I can get this focused on the camera. On my right hand is something that's been ironed. On my left hand is something that has not. As you can see, there's a lot more floating fibers on the one that hasn't been ironed yet. So that is why I'm ironing. Yep, it looks decently cleaner. Yes, you must make a fellow hamster. If you don't, this hamster will remain in your memories forever, indefinitely. Horrifying? Nah. Nah. Right, on to the third batch of feathers. It's a hamster. If they haunt you, that means you're always surrounded by something cute. So it's like, instead of damned if you do, damned if you don't situation, it's like blessed if you do, blessed if you don't. Yeah, either way's a hamster. I've never played the Patapon games, but yeah, they are cute. They hold weapons though, so they must be vicious at least a little bit. Cute little monsters. That's for sure. Yeah, I'll be making the bow, one of the swords, and a spear out of wire. So my friend wants different ones. Uh, I think the shield would actually be one of the easy ones, to be honest. Because, well, you can use like a piece of paper. Um, so what you do is you just make the outline of the shield and then use a piece of paper, glue that on, and then it'll look just like that. But I don't plan on doing a shield though. Shield looks pretty simple in comparison to like the spear. If you look closely at that image over there, or let me point right here, this guy, the spear has like stuff in the middle of the spear. And I'm not quite sure how you would get wire to go in the middle of another piece of wire, a straight piece of wire especially. But I imagine I could glue it or I could friction fit it. But for a shield, it would be, yeah, little spear. For a shield, it would be a little bit um, easier, I would imagine. I'm ironing the helmets now that I'm done ironing the feathers. And then after I iron the helmets, I should probably iron the bodies. It is very relaxing to watch me iron. Well, I'll be ironing for a bit. Okay, I want to do a little bit of ironing these guys. I imagine this is a little less relaxing to watch because I'm ironing his eyeball. A massage. All right, that works. I think some people do massage their eyeballs or something like that. I know my eyeballs get a little bit of a massage when I rub them. Picking up some light fibers from the mat. Okay, that's one ironed Patapon. It does not make a sizzling noise because there's no water. It probably would if there was some water, just a little bit. But since I'm dry ironing these, it does not. Looks like you prefer there be a sizzling noise. That is true, it is much more fun to have a sizzling noise. One of these Patapon has arms that are glued in because I was trying to figure out how the heck to get arms on them. I don't know which one though. I suspect it's the one that I'm holding. Because the wire seems to be going in two different directions. Okay, that is all the ironing that I needed to do. Now to get the feathers attached. Some lumps in this hat. It's a little bit awkward attaching something long to something shallow. Well, so you need the fibers to be long in order to attach to something. So like if I were attaching this way, there'd be plenty of room for the fibers to go through. But attaching it this way, there's like no room for the fibers to go through. So it kind of just goes out the other side. And it means I might have to clean up the other side afterwards. But yeah, it's a little awkward um, going into something that's shallow. The feathers are a little bit separated. Once I finish these hats, I'm gonna call it for the stream. And we'll pick up tomorrow doing wire stuff. I don't plan on attaching these hats because, oh, you got gifted a sub. I don't plan on attaching the hats because I think they can stick friction with friction. There's one hat. You've got one hat done. It's a little lopsided. That's okay. You can be lopsided. My dog is licking her butt right next to me. She being loud about it. On the couch in full view. I'm actually allergic to cats. It's a good thing I'm not allergic to sheep, though, or else I wouldn't be able to do this. They are cute, but they give me allergies. I went to a cat shelter once despite having allergies. Um, and wherever the cat mouth, like their teeth or their tongue, had touched me, it swole up like a mosquito bite. It looked just like I had a bunch of mosquito bites on me. All right, here's the next hat, all done. Now for the last hat. And after the last hat, I'll finally be able to rest my back for the night. How do I have patience for felting? Um, let's see. If I were to describe it, I'd say I live on a moment by moment basis. Like, that's just how my brain works. So, one moment I'm attaching a feather, and then the next moment I'm uh, making a helmet. Um, and as long as the moments are like ever changing, and then it feels new, and then it keeps me going. I also what I did for my non-commission needle felts is it's usually just something that I want, but I'm challenging myself to do things that that I don't, that aren't because I desire it, but because of a different reason, regardless of what that is. Like, for example, there is a Build-A-Bear Choco Cat, and I decided to make um, a Choco Cat. A mint Choco Cat was at Build-A-Bear, and I decided to make a mint Choco Cat of my own, but I changed it up a little bit. I made their arms long, their legs long, and I added like a chocolate drizzle on their head. Um, I changed it up, but I wanted it, and then, so I got it. And once I got it, I'm like, I don't really need this, and so I give it to SEO to sell. I'm also like a little bit of a minimalist, so selling things works out in my favor. Selling and giving things away. Though I prefer selling because I put so much time into my work. Yeah, crafting is very versatile. Oh, you hoard things? I used to hoard things actually when I was younger. I had a whole collection of things, like thousands of objects, be it trash or valuable. And I've since gotten rid of both trash and valuable things in favor of things that I just want to keep around me for the moment. And once that moment is gone, I either give it away or sell it. All right. I'm thinking this last one is almost done. Okay, that feels secure now. Last one is complete. Feathers are a little wonky. That's okay, you can just bend them in place because they're not actually felted that hard. Oh, a house full of stuff would be very stressful for me personally. All right, now to view each one wearing their individual hats. Here's this one. Here's this one. And here's this one. They do look a little bit silly, don't they? But I can say that's a wrap. So I guess I'll see you another time. I don't know if you follow me or not, but I'll see you another time. I'm probably going to continue this around in the afternoon EST. Yep. Bye bye. Okay. So today we'll be working on the final portion of the Patapon, or So this is probably going to be the last stream for the Patapon. We're working on the wooden spear, the sleep sword C, and one of these bows, either the wooden bow or the iron bow, depending on how I'm feeling after the sleep sword. But we're starting with the wooden spear. The other spears look like a little too complicated for wire. There's probably a way to do it, but not that I'm thinking of at the moment. So I'm just sticking with the simple one as a warm up. Understandable, easy. I just gotta pick my wire. This wire is used for the arms and legs of the Patapon. So I may end up going with this wire for the spear too. But it looks like they're a little thicker. Yeah, a little thicker than the arms. So I'm going to try and pick out something a little thicker than this. Hopefully it's not too thick. If it's too thick, then can't work with it. Not sure if this is thinner or thicker, but I'm leaning on thinner. Yep, this is slightly thicker. So we'll go with this one. If not, then we'll go with the thinner one if the thicker one doesn't work. Luckily, this is a very simple design, so we'll see how that turns out. Let's pick out like one for the bow, a thin one, which looks like it's slightly thinner than the arms. So maybe that one works, but it wouldn't necessarily look good. So I think I'm going to pick out this small one for the strings on the bow. Just extracting this from its spool. I'm not sure if I'll be able to make the arrowhead with a thick one like this. There should be plenty. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to bend this end to be a point. Because it's already got like quite a point to it, which, I don't know, it might be a little dangerous. So I think I'll blunt that end first. I start by making the point at this end. And by point I mean the this part of the spear. Let's see, a good spear size would be they're holding it right here with their arm. I think. Yeah, that should be a good spear size. It's around this big. What I'm going to do, I'm going to create a little point. Just the itty bittiest point at the very end. That kind of matches. I'm going to take this, point it right back up. Maybe I did that a little too much. Okay. I'm going to take this and I'm going to point it right back down. So it's outlining the drawing. See the shape coming through? Come through just a little bit. I'm going to take this point and bend it. The second bend is always hard to do because you never know exactly where on the wire it's going to bend. So it ends up bending like a little too short or something. Or a little too long. In my case, it just went a little too long. That's okay, just move up a little bit. And take this. Another trick I do is I can take the point where it is and then just bend that down a little. Then bend this out. This wire is stiffer than I imagined. I'm going to take these, straighten the rollers a little bit. This wire is a little hard to work with because it's so thick. And you see me shaking a little bit. Because I'm bending this wire at such a sharp angle, the black is actually chipping off. Then here, I'm just going to go straight down in a straight line. right in the center, or where I want the center to be. I'm going to do my best to get it. So I think maybe if I aim like right here. Oh, looks like I missed it a little bit. See if I can't sharpen that a little bit and then extend it back. Well, I closed it. Not necessarily what I wanted it to be, but we'll figure it out. Looks kind of like a clover. More like a clover than a spear. I think, I don't know, I may just go for the thinner one rather than the thicker one, because the thicker one is a rather big. I don't know, it's worth a try. If it doesn't work out, I can make another end to the on the bigger one that looks better my second try. Hmm. No, but this would actually be the size of an arrow, I would think. The thickness of an arrow. All right, let me just go on that thicker wire one more time. Cut this off. That's our first try. Methinks the sword will be quite hard, because I'm already struggling with the spear. Here, we go as soon as we can to the point. And the point over here ends right here. And we'll go, I think I should aim up here. It's still too low. And as soon as we can, goes down. Okay, that's looking a little better, a little more even than last time. Lucky me. Oh, nice. Hello, guys. How are you doing? I wasn't expecting a chat so soon. I think I should start the bend over here. And then it's going to bend like that. Yes, that's exactly where I wanted it to bend. Straighten it out. Hush, puppy. There's some trucks outside um, making some noise. My dog does not like that. All right, now that I have a nice spear, I just need to cut it to length. That's the easy part. So I'm going to cut it to this length. There, we got something that looks like a spear. Welcome back, stranger. I didn't expect you to be here at this time. Well, I'm not sure what time zone you're in, but like, you're there at the late time, so I thought you wouldn't be here at this time. I'm happy you're here, though. Check out my spear. It's a little wonky, but that's okay. It's about 2 for you? Actually, it is for me, too. We must be in the same time zone. Or close to the same time zone, at least. Now the spear's done. I'm thinking the little Patapon over here can be like the one holding the bow. and the big one has a sword. This one will have a sword, and then the medium one will have a spear. So let's get the medium one situated. I want their arms to hold the spear. I think the Patapon are coming along pretty fine. Uh, the wire is hard to bend, especially the thicker wire. Let's see, good arm length for the Patapon. Let's get this end bent. Bend this end so they can hold the spear, then bend it back to create a little hook. I could heat it up. I do have a heat gun, but I think that would be a little bit like it could weaken the wire to reheat wire. This looks good. I'm just going to stick the spear in his hand. Okay. Looks like I tightened it a little bit too far. I need to tighten it while it's in there. All right. It is in there. Now to tighten. Wire is an interesting, little bit of an interesting medium. I want to loosen that and make them extend the wire a little bit. So the legs extend that far, so I want the spear to be that far. They want to bend their arm a little bit like this. And for their leader arm, Sorry about that. I sneezed on you again. I'm thinking I'm gonna have to glue the arms anyways. Thank you. This arm's going up. I want this arm to go down. And we'll bend their little fist. Bend their little fist here. Bend it back just a little. Hush, puppy. Hazel, hush. Down. Okay. Yep, I think I will glue the arms in place. We'll see how that works. Hopefully the glue doesn't show on the outside. Nope, don't want to drop the super glue, especially while it's open. May or may not have gotten a little on me. Okay, I got it. I think I was off camera for that, but they're glued now. I just had to hold it close so I could see what I was doing. So I'm hoping the legs stay in place and the arms stay in place. And they do. Okay, very nice. Fix up this wire here. That's one complete Patapon. Put his little hat on. Yep, they got a spear. Now for the next one, a hard one, is the sleep sword. I think I'll go with the thinner one for this and double it up. Hazel, you gotta be a hush puppy. You have to be a hush puppy. Good girl. Uh-uh. Don't look at him. Good girl. You're barking a lot. Is that what you do? Yes. Good girl. Uh-uh. Yes. Uh-uh. Hazel? It's a truck. Well, she may just be barking for a while. We'll see how it goes. Hazel? Hush. Yes. Okay. Let's see. I think I'm going to start at the bottom. That's what I'm going to do. Just make a little circle. About this big. Go here. Okay, straighten that up a little bit. Actually, I want it to pop out here. Just a little, not too much. Here we go. We're this far. Need to make some more room in my wire. I think Right about right there. No. Yep, it works. And then right here, there, and making that little circle area. Then it has a very sharp turn. Comes down a little bit. And up it goes. This is a pretty good outline I've got so far. Then over here, should bend a little. Then up here, make a sharp turn. Are you still working on that mountain scenery from yesterday, stranger? Got half the sword done. Half the sword done, now it's going to be a little hard to do the other half symmetrically. Two birds. I love when there's birds. Well, I like animals in general, so when there's animals in paintings, I like that. Down, make that little circle. Down again. I've done a pretty good job making it symmetrical so far, if I do say so myself. Just need to get this last part symmetrical and it'll be home sailing. Home free, I mean. Messed up a little bit on the home stretch, but I fix it. .com. All right. We have a sword. Oh, wrong tool. Take that circle out a little bit. A sword. Thank you. Okay, now to make the big one hold the sword. Let's see, how do they like to hold a sword? They hold it at the bottom. Perfect. Just gonna fiddle with this a little bit till I get the sword nice and cozy in their little hand. Okay, now bend their hand back a little bit. And then in their other arm. Hmm. Their other arm short. And scribbling is challenging, especially if it's on a blank canvas. I think I'll glue the sword in place since it wants to wiggle around even though it's so tight already. You go wash your hands. Thinking of whether I should make the shield or not and how to make the shield. Let's see. If I bend this, then take this, at this point, bend. There's the handle of the shield. Hmm. At this point, like this, then like this. Maybe I bent too far. Let's bend it here instead. Let's straighten this one up. Right here, go across. Make this is symmetrical. Take this and do a sharp turn. Oh, all right. Bye bye. See you next time. I'm going to fiddle with this till I get it looking acceptable. All right. I'd say that's a pretty acceptable little shield. I'll have his little hand hold it. I'm going to glue the shield in place in a good spot. Right? That's nice and glued. Now we gotta glue the arms in. I think that's glued in. Let's try the other side. Go back to the initial side. Just for good measure. And we'll get the legs in. All right. He balances now. There's a little half back on. Yeah. Now for the easier one, the bow. I think for the bow, what I'm going to do is the simple one. I don't feel like doing the more complicated one. The simple one also doesn't change in thickness, while the more complicated one does. See, I think I want like a little bigger than what I have. That's pretty good. Hmm. The other one, though, I could just take this, extend it, that, bend it back. Using my joints to push this. Here, make the handle. I'm just going to do a little bend here and a quick bend back. And a quickish bend back again. And definitely a quick bend back. And cut it. And there we have almost. And smooth out this corner. Here we have a bow. A bow that loosely resembles this picture. Now just to take a small string and wrap that around. I'm gonna cut this off. It's a little wasteful, but I don't want the string being all dingy from the way it was bent around. Bow's a little big, actually, especially on this little guy. I may have to make another one, this time smaller. So I suppose I'll use this or this. Making this smaller with this thick one is kind of impossible. So I'll go ahead and do it with this thinner one. Or actually, instead of the thinner one, I'll use the same thickness, the one between it. There, it's a smaller one. I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to wrap this around and hopefully it will stick. Sorry for the loud noises. Just going to take these ends that I cut and flatten them down so they're not poking anyone. And we have a bow. Now to get this little guy to hold it, let's see. Looks like they hold it in that hand as well. This one's arms are glued in place rather than being stabbed all the way through. So I'm going to trim the arms. This one has been wiggling a lot. And just press that base a little. No more wiggling. This one needs to be needle felted a little bit. And the bow in its little hand. Was a little low. Raise that a little bit. Cut the ends of the bow just a little bit. Then I guess I will make a little arrow for them. With this little arrow, should be the last thing I do aside from gluing. I gotta remind myself how I did the spear. Right. Okay. Make a little corner. Make the point. Then and cut. See, the length is about this long. Time to make the little hand. Let's have them hold the arrow. There. Now to glue the legs, and that should be done. Waiting for the glue to dry just a little bit. Now they stand perfectly normal. You just need to squish them into a spear They've gotten mangled just a little bit over time. All done. All done. Now they're ready for their 360 pictures. Excuse me. A little hiccup. Well, I guess I'll see you guys later and with another project. Bye bye.